Well, hello everyone. Welcome in. I'm having a little problem here, getting trying to figure out what is going on today with my laptop. Really don't know what's going on with it. It won't let me close this window. All right, well, we'll just work around it by doing that. All right, so welcome in, folks, Flying with Mike. Sorry about that little hiccup here at the beginning. I wasn't expecting that, but hope you all have had a great week. It's the weekend, folks. So hope you're ready. Hope you've got great plans. St. Louis here has a balloon race planned for the weekend and a whole bunch of other things. Oktoberfest's lighting up all over the place here, so I hope you all get out and enjoy. We've actually had a really good run of weather. Unfortunately, at the expense of, well, thankfully, only fishies right now, because Lee hasn't really come over any land yet. So, at their expense, we've all been enjoying some pretty tranquil, pretty nice weather. Not going to say everyone, but, it's pretty well stalled the U.S. on weather. So, however, I wish I could say the same for Europe and all, because you got two headed your way, Margot, something like that, and Lee. So, or whatever's left of them by the time they get there. So, a lot of rain coming your way, at least in that fashion. And probably a lot of huff and puff blowing some houses down. All right, well, welcome aboard, folks. We are in. I should have put it on that opening board, but I didn't. T-Tail Friday, Retro Friday, however you want to look at it. We have a 727 sitting on the line here today for Piedmont Virtual. And if you're interested in joining them, I'm going to warn you, like I do when we fly for American folks, they are pretty strict in the ways that you need to fly for them. So, check them out. Understand what you're getting into, so you don't come back to me and say, where the heck that come from? Echoed all of a sudden on me. There we go. I got that taken care of. Boy, that would have been a problem throughout the flight. But anyway, that way you don't come back and say, hey, this airline, what's up with it? Why is it so mean? It's not mean, folks. It's just there are people out there that like to fly as real as they can get, because like me, I'm too old. I can't be an airline pilot anymore. So pretty sure they won't take me in my late 50s. So, Hawker 125, I see you're in the house there, bud. Glad to have you aboard. Hope work is treating you well. So, well, folks, we've done enough here on the ground. Let's hop up into cockpit and let's fire up this firecracker, shall we? I got to remember I'm in a 727, not anything else. There we go. All right, folks. Well, let's start back here. Okay, classic aircraft here, folks. First generation, one of the first generation jet airliners, the 727. Actual first one would probably fall on the Comet. Not the Vomit Comet, folks, that some of you have heard of. The actual Comet that flew many, many years ago. But out of that grew aircraft like this, the 727. And in Boeing tradition of the old aircraft, it's a three-man crew. Captain on the left, first officer on the right. You always see them smiling and doing their little parade wave as they go down the taxiway, because the man that does all the work sits at this panel, which you guys are going to have to correct me. I thought this panel was a lot bigger than what FlyJSim gives us. But hey, it's a great panel. It works. It works for me. And I'll show you another reason why I say that here in a second. But he did it all, folks. This guy managed the fuel, managed the pneumatics, the hydraulics, the electrics. He made you comfortable back there. Next, him and the stewardesses are what got all the credit, even though you said thank you to these two up in the front, the pretty boys. And again, all kidding aside, folks, they all worked together as a crew, although it took time for that to evolve into what we know today as crew management. So, anyway, I just wanted to keep you all in mind that when you fly this plane from FlyJSims, you are one pilot doing the job of three. So it's a little more complex than some people are ready for right off the bat. Some jump right in, go get it, go for it. So just be aware, just like the 747-200, folks. It's a very complex airplane to get going. And for three-man crew, takeoffs are fun, as you've seen with me. As soon as you fly it enough, it all makes sense. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that out. So, all right, we're in the captain's seat. Let's start in on the checks, shall we, and get this thing going. The logbook's been checked. We'll do our fire warning check. Hang on. Let's slide over here. There we go. Oh, that is just not right, folks. How am I supposed to hear that in flight? And I say that not tongue-in-cheek, folks. It actually happened. We actually got an engine fire on a flight. So that was fun. That was actually fun trying to go through the procedures for which we don't have to do what we're supposed to do. So that was a real fun flight from Midway to DC that got cut short at South Bend, Indiana, and it wasn't a planned event where I was, going to do a failure. I know why it happened now. Very careful not to repeat, because it will. All right, so we've done that fire check. Let's go up here, do this. Where are you? There you are. Let's do some overheat checks while we're here for the window heat, and well, that's all we can do on this one. All right, so next up are the light bulbs, folks. So here we go. And yeah, you heard me say it. Light bulb check. Each one of these could say bulb replaced. So when things don't look right when you're pushing back or powering back, as was the common way back in the day, or just pull out, and you don't see one of those lights come on, guess what? You got a bulb burned out probably. All right, so here we go. All of these could go on you, folks. You don't know how many emergencies in the Air Force I rolled on when the ultimate cause of the dispatch of fire apparatus was a light bulb. But, hey, I'm not going to fault the crew. Better to be safe than sorry. All right, got just a few more to go. And what I recommend to people, get your own system of how you want to check them. And believe it or not, you get caught here with where you didn't expect a light bulb, and lo and behold, there was a light bulb. Like right here. And of course, the overheats. Alright, then we'll do our fuel panel. Oh yeah, GE and Sylvania made lots of money from Boeing. And the other airliners, I'm sure. All of these lights. Oh wow, I never turned that switch. That's pretty cool. Don't need it today. One more fire test. All right, and last but not least, okay, that all worked. All right, now you're wondering, why are there stuff out?
You love me! You really love me!
Exwick, welcome, sir. Haven't seen you in a couple days.
Just
welcome aboard.
For 2 months.
Thank you for the
Hello,
subscription.
everyone.
We sure appreciate you. All right, so here we go. So all right, that takes care of all of the lights. And press on here. Let's go ahead. We're gonna get the FMC. No, we're not running with SIVA, folks. There's a long drawn out story. Y'all don't want to hear that. So let's just get to the route menu. Pilot route. We are going F plan, and we are at Cairns, Australia. Headed to Alice Springs. I've looked at it. I can't figure out, is that a 300 or a 400 they're using, or both? $300. Okay. I saw the U.S. air colors. I'm going, well, that doesn't narrow it down. They had both. That's like Southwest. Come on, pick one, guys. Oh, I think Southwest. I know Southwest has had every version of it. Let's see, YBAS. And this is a place Hawker would like to go. The Alice Springs is a desert community in Australia, folks. And there is a graveyard of aircraft there. I don't know if they just store them out in the desert. Deserts are great places to store aircraft, mothball them, quote, quote, if you're doing that, or cannibaling them. And that is what Alice Springs does. Along with, I'm sure, other things, don't get me wrong. And what is our flight number? I think it's 463, or 483, my bad. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll throw in our departure here. That'll take care of that too. And I need insurance program real quick. Just to make sure we're on the right runway here. The departure. Then we're going to pre-brief this before we get too much further. Okay, got that. Alright, so let's get Sim Toolkit up here real quick and pre-brief this flight. Alright folks, so as you can tell, we are flying off of runway 15 to NONUM. See on the map right here. Actually, there's my cursor. And let's see here. Weather currently in Cairns, 160 at 10, so runway 15 is a good choice. Clouds to deal with at 4100, 4600, and 5200. So we'll see how that works out. It looks like unlimited visibility. Let's see. I thought I saw some, what looked like fog trying to form here, but no. More than likely not. 21 degrees here, so. All right, now, Alice Springs. Those of you from the central time zone, or central, from the everywhere else in the world, yep, they are a bit, well, the aircraft itself is a bit old, NSWIC. Just kidding. Sorry, couldn't resist. This Alice Springs? Holy mackerel. It's a little chilly in Alice Springs, folks. It is wintertime still kind of down there. They're starting into their spring. It's 10 degrees down there. Wow. 290 at 5, so runway 30 should be probably pretty close to what we want. And everything else looks good there. RF0, I don't know what this is. Huh. What that scientific data is about. Alright, and the loadout today. Hawker is having the 101 people sign the NDA, so they'll blame him for the flight, not me. Just kidding. Because he thinks it's a fighter instead of an airliner. 23,230 pounds of cargo, and you see the zero fuel weight. We're going to upload 33,900 pounds of fuel, or thereabouts. Our alternate today is Mount Isis. They had us going, ISA, going up to Darwin, so I had dispatch replot us to Mount Isa. That's ridiculous. I have more fuel to get up there than to get to the destination. So, all right, we're gonna fly at 34,000 feet. All right, while I'm here, let me go ahead and file us into VATSIM. That'll take a second here, folks. And is the time is what, 20. Okay, and my nav, hang on a second, get the form filled out properly. I'd hate for ATC to go, what kind of navigation data do you have flying with Mike? Kinda gets me from point A to point B. Come on, get it right. RVR of 10. Hey, all right, we'll take it. You know, one of these days I'm going to pull this form up because it does crack me up sometimes. I'd be down for an RVR landing at 10 capable. Ooh, that's auto land to the nth degree. All right, just getting some coffee here, folks. I think I just filed. We'll find out. Connecting. Triple A 483. Airbus 319. Oh, just kidding, folks. Alright, we are on and should be on VATSIM now. Let me clear off Sim Toolkit here and let's get rolling, shall we? Alright, so we're stuck here. Let me bring up charts just so we don't eat up so much screen here. Oh, there you are. Alright, so coming off, of course, restart now. Let's restart now. Why not? Everything wants to update on me today again. Now, what are they going to have us do? Going to do something here. Bear with me a second, folks. Make that even a little bigger so it's easier to read. Let's do a quick search and see what they did. Anything changed drastically? Get that on there real quick, but nothing overwhelming sticks out at me. So all right, so for this flight, nothing is making things easy for me. So we're going to do what this program here, Nav Graph 8, folks, Charts 8, a great program in helping you at this point finalize the flight plan, if you will. Okay, to come out of YBCC or YBCS Cairns. Also, those of you curious, the gateway to the barrier reef, those of you into scuba diving and all, that's what Cairns is really known for. Aside from one of your entry points into Australia. Alright, so what you can do, you got your route in here. This is the basic, just the from the transition point of the SID to the transition point-ish of the star. You can fill it in from here. So you click select. Now we're planning runway 15, if you can see this right here. Hang on, let me see if my mouse, there it is. So runway 15 to NONUM and NONUM 1. If you click add to route, it puts it in there. We can pull it up real easy. Make sure it's good for us. Doesn't say turbo props or not jet only. See, there's what you needed to see. Wrong. So we come back and remove. Select. Nope. Okay, so can't do the NONUM, but we can do the CS, and it comes down here. Cairns 2 departures, a straight out departure for us. Looks like 15, we're going to track 150 at the earliest of 400 feet or higher, or departure end of runway. Left turn to assigned heading 350 to 030, then when directed on course. So you can kind of see what we're going to do. Basically just come back around and then head for our fix. Alright, so pretty good. At 400 or the end of the runway. So we'll see how this works out. High terrain is what it's saying. Alright, so there you go. So we got that part. Approach side we'll worry about in flight, and then we can talk about a few things some of you guys run into while flying, setting it up en route. Okay, so we decided the CS. Oh, we got to pick a runway first, folks. Sorry. Runway 15, CS, execute flight plan, and we got vector in here. We'll work with Victor here to get the vector correct in a minute. Alright, and then back to flight plan, go to the next page, and then we just start putting it in, folks, the flight plan. So, as you all saw, and we'll see again, here's our route. So, NONUM. I'm sorry, N-O-N. See, them. Yep. Okay. And then we go, what are we going? Juliet 64 to ANZAC. Okay, and clear the discontinuity, execute, and there we go, folks. Legs. Okay, just looking it over. Now we again could put the arrival in. We'll wait. Okay, back to the flight plan. RNAV, everything looks good here. Our transition level, 10,000 feet. It really does not matter here, folks. And you're all going to go, what? Yeah, it really does not matter. It's not going to trigger anything on your altimeters or anything to tell you to change it. Is it again here? Altimeter 1019. Okay. Now you got this light that came off. That's just a very simple fix, folks. It's because your altimeter over here doesn't match. And unfortunately, there is no easy way to fix it, so you got to dial the dial. Unlike the 767, where you click, you know, right here and it fixed it over there. Right, 1019. There we go. All right, so we'll go to the next page, which is our climb. Light level 340. I always hit execute, and that's it, folks. We're done with the FMC. It's a very basic one. Yes, you all are correct in saying that the SIVA is more realistic, but it also comes with its headaches. All right, so after this, we just start into our flows to get this ready and start allowing people on board. One thing with the X-Plane 11 version, that's what we're flying today, don't have any open doors. You can't open up the outside. The only door that works is the DB Cooper hatch in the back end that lowers down the staircase. Everything else, unfortunately, doesn't work. Hopefully, we haven't heard much out of FlyJSims about version 4 for X-Plane 12, other than it's coming, and we're going to pay a little bit, those of us that already have it, to get the upgrade. I'm fine with that, folks. That never bothers me. So we'll see what they correct from X-Plane 11, because there is one thing to be mindful for and be watching for in this plane. If you fly it and get a crash to desktop, go into each one of the 3 aircraft, look for a folder that's XTCAS, remove it, and you're fine from then on. Hopefully that XTCAS file, whatever in it that's causing the CTDs, corrects. That is the simplest way to get around it. Hopefully, like I said, version 4 corrects that and gives us a cabin behind us and working doors. Alright, so here we go. Passenger signs. Coming on. Okay, window heat. Hydraulic pumps are set. Double check. What you want on the ground are the A system off, B system on. Verify that here, and I'll show you in a second. Oil cooler normal. Pressurization. Alright, we're going to be flying to 34,000, so I'm going to actually set it to 35. Just to help with the different pressures as we fly around. If you set it to 292, that may not necessarily be what the radar, it may not actually be what you are in the sky above sea level at that point. So you got a fluctuating of your pressurization to help your passengers. Oh, all right, Hawker, we'll lurk about, and we look forward to seeing you back here in a few minutes. The landing elevation here at Mount Isa, it doesn't come up easy that way. 1,789 feet. Okay, so we'll just set in. Now, the proper way to do this, you would set Cairns. Because if you come back, guess what? You want your elevation to match. Okay, we'll set that to 7,000. And I think we're ready to go pressurization-wise, gauge per valve. Okay, let's get that turned on and double check our temps in the aircraft. Looks good. Gauge per valve on. Open. APU. We're not going to bring that on just yet. Get over here, get the arm the emergency lights. I'm going to go ahead and set it to RTO because I always forget, and do a couple checks here. Okay, and the transponder is good. All right. Takeoff warning. Saying you're not configured for takeoff yet. Meaning flaps, meaning parking brakes, meaning everything, folks. Nav, comms, and altitude. We have an initial out of here. No. Okay, so we're going to go straight for 34,000. Okay. And finally, nav and comm. Right, now you can, folks, and I have done flights where we've done it strictly nav aid to nav aid. You could do this. It's easy to do, but yet there's a little trickiness. Welcome to the world of first generation flying. All right, so we're going to set, well, bear with me here. What are we working that airway off of? I have no idea. All right, well, we'll put Cairns in, 13.0. Gives me a way back to the airport. And hang on a second. ANZAC, let's go to there. All right, and wow, there really isn't a whole lot here. Try the low end. Maybe it'll. I'm trying to figure out what they're tracking on this. Oh well. They're definitely not tracking off Cairns, that's for sure. So we'll just leave it like this. What the heck, for now, let's just set up Mount Isa, 17.5. 50, okay. Even though we're not going to pick it up, folks. I don't have NDVs or anything. Wow. So interesting how this airway works. All right, now where I said this gets a little tricky, I'll show it to you real quick, and then we're going to fire this thing up. If I zoom in, you're going to see something weird. DME 2 here. So realize this box is going to show you what's in. If it's going to go, there it goes. In here, this is your NAV2 DME 2. All right. But your numbers will still show up correctly here for DME 1 on HSI 1. HSI 2 will show up for HSI 2, but your DME information in the box here is off the other one. So for quick referencing, sometimes you got to put the same frequency in to see it. So, like I said, little tough. I'm going to go ahead and prepare just for that by putting 113 in over here until we get on that airway, and then I can switch over. That way I can see how we're doing. Takeoff we said was runway 15, and runway 15 has a heading of 150. Hang on, I'm just zooming in here a little. What I do is I'll set my localizer or VOR needle. And then, okay, so it says 150, so when I roll my heading down, voila. And then our heading, we say 350 out of that. And then we'll work our way to on course, okay? Now, the one thing you've all probably said is we haven't loaded the airplane yet. You're right. Parking brake set, and I'm on the wrong screen. So we'll come over here. You've got some menu items here, folks. Here's your performance. We'll get to that later. Here's your weight balance. And then you have your aircraft. And if anything's broke, you can turn on the maintenance system, and these systems will age. We'll put it that way. And if anything fails, you'll see it here. Might be able to fix it in flight. Most of the time, you got to be on the ground with engines off. All right, so loading this aircraft. We said we're going to go with 101 people. Here's your passenger load right here in parentheses. So look for packs, hit the R button. Get as close as you can. I always put them in first class. I upgrade them on my plane. Okay, now what I do here is look for my zero fuel weight. Again, that was planned at 124,986. 124,986. Well, we're off by about 1,500 pounds. Just double check with the handy dandy calculator here. Zero fuel weight. 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 0. We need 1,800 pounds. Well, I can tell you this, folks. Go over to your cargo. Put one in, and look, we're almost there. It's 1,200 pounds it puts on. And then we're going to go over. Now, what I'll do is watch the CG needle. Put this wherever you want. I'll put it in the back of the bin, the cargo. And we're ready to go, folks. Now, all we have left to do is fuel. Right now, we're at 25,000 pounds. I just hit the plus signs till I get to 33,500. $33,570. Close enough. 62% gross weight shows in here. Maximum we can fly the bird. Remember, we have an alternate to get to, which is half the distance between, believe it or not, Cairns and Alice Springs. And optimal 34,000. So things worked out good here. Double checking 33.4. Now you could manipulate right here, folks. There's 470. Let's go with that. That's a little closer. So 33,470 to our 30 projected minimum takeoff weight. Yeah, double check something. Is it brief? Okay, bear with me, folks. This is a little different for me to deal with here. What they're wanting planned at the gate 33.9. So we are going to go. Ooh. $33,970. I'm glad I looked at this. Planned gate fuel 33,904. So that was our minimum for the flight. So glad I looked that up. That was I'm glad for that. I'm going to go ahead now and fire up the XTCAS program. get credit over at Piedmont Virtual. Okay, and we should be online over there. And that, folks, takes care of this one. Next up would have been our maintenance. It tells you what, when you take that TCAS folder out, you won't have the ability to click on it. You can put the tablet in on the pilot side or whatever. GPU and air card are what are on right now. Here's where you select your nav systems right here. FMS or without. And if you have SIVA, it'll be available. And then it saves it. Here's the maintenance mode we showed. And it does come with a quick checklist. So we'll go through it real quick. Batteries on, APU is about to come on. Stall warning was checked, emergency lights, packs, window, radios, and parking brake. Alright, so the APU, we'll show you how to start that in a second here. So, alright, so before push, let's get our calculations in. Takeoff. It does it for you, folks. This is our information. V1, 126, rotate 126, 138. Flaps will be 20, trim, and we'll show you that's an automatic setting. And granted, they didn't have this nice automatic setting back then, but we get it. And here's the rest of our information. Click Set Bugs, you're ready to go. And you probably didn't see it, but the bugs moved into positions. And when we land, we'll switch over to that. Click Set Bugs for landing. Okay. Folks, we are ready to fire up here, so let's get the APU going. Now, you could theoretically fire up one engine and then cross bleed. I'll be honest, I don't know how to do that. Okay, just simply turn the start switch on. And then hold it up for a 3 count. 2, 3, off. And then it starts spooling up right here, EGT. All right, quick question to the masses. See who's a 727 master or not. Where's the APU located on this plane? And I'll be honest, the first time it was shown to me at the airport I work at, I went, huh? But it makes sense. Okay, we're coming up. Alright, we can go ahead, get the GPU going, or the generators on. And let's, I wanted to go here. Let's switch to APU. And come off the cart. All right, folks. Well, we'll wait for them to come back from commercial break. Thank you so much for you who subscribe. Much appreciated. We are in talks with what aircraft we are going to purchase next. Haven't fully decided yet. And I'll be honest, it's getting to be a toss-up now that I've really dug in and looked at that new airplane. Hawker showed it to me a couple weeks ago, the IXEG or something like that. But yeah, we are looking into it. So the monies from the subscriptions, donos, biddies, all of that go to help buying the new aircraft we fly here, help to buy the scenery. If I find something that'll work for the stream itself extra, the money can be funneled that way too. I take it strictly to the stream. Folks, it's September with Twitch. So when you let me try that one again. English just completely flew out the windows. When you subscribe to your favorite streamers out there, and we hope you consider us one of your favorites, subscribe to them, folks, and get a 25% discount for Tier 1, Tier 2, 30% if you go Tier 3. And they also, folks, you can apply that to their loot bin, bar, whatever cave they call it. But it really helps out your stream. In return for that subscription, one of the big bonuses is ad-free viewing. So, something to consider. But again, it is the month of September, so I would be remiss in not pointing that out. Followers are back. Let's continue on. The question before we went to break: where is the APU on this aircraft? It's not where you think. Oh, maybe you did think right. I should say. I should re-comment. All right. Where would you think on this plane it is? Those of you who are X-Plane savvy may already see it. There's your exhaust plume, folks. It's right in here. It's inside your landing gear, right main gear. Really, my first look at 727s when I first started out at Mid-America, that blew me away. I thought it somehow was shoved in with that rear engine, and nope, it's not. So, all right, so let's get the DB Cooper hatch up. Why do I call it that? Well, legend is all I can say. I don't know the truth or not. They say it really happened, but when I tell you the story, you'll go, huh? There's a lot to it that had to happen. Man ends up hijacking a plane. He had just robbed a bank by the name of DB Cooper. Gets on board a 727 and hijacks it in flight over the Northwest and parachutes out this stair he dropped, or had the crew drop, and never heard of again. Now, they think they found things here and there from him, but overall, they're not 100% sure. So, the FAA is, good for knee jerk. And it's actually a good knee jerk on this one. Be a nice hawker. And they had Boeing go back and reevaluate how to prevent the crew from being able to deploy that in flight. And I don't know how I can get it in a little tighter. Right here, folks, you see this little lever? That's what it really is. It's probably at a 5 and dime store, your corner hardware store, $10 maybe. The ground crew, when this was brought up like this, would then turn the lever over the door, hence securing it from not being able to be deployed in flight. I'm sure there's millions of dollars of little electronics and all that go in to tell the pilot that the switch is really engaged, not engaged, and there's probably a GE light bulb or 2 or 3 or 4 to keep them in business. But seriously, folks, that any aircraft that had a rear deployable stair, that had to be put on it. So, and that is out of the DB Cooper. We'll say legend. I was alive when this happened, folks. Vaguely remember stories about it, but yeah, there you have it, folks. All right, so let's get out of here, shall we? We got to get out, otherwise we may have a generator issue. Alright, so first thing we're going to do, turn these packs off. Watch our air gauge over here build up. Perfect, we're ready for start. Let's go ahead and turn our galley powers off for the moment. Flight attendants aren't going to be in the galleys right now, folks. And verify that we are on with our airline. Or at least I like to. And there we are. Okay. Reason I do that is I kind of free up a screen this way. Alright, so we're on, and here we go. Beacons on. Oh yeah, they'll take points off for you if you forget things, folks. So, things set. Alright, we're going to start up number 3 first, then number 1, then number 2. And what I like to do is in this format, because what I'm going to look for is once we take it down to start, we're going to look for our valve here to open. I was looking at overheat, not the starter valves. Once that comes on, then we'll come down to here, and at 20 and 2, which is right where my pointer is, hopefully my pointer is pointing, we'll introduce the fuel for that engine. Okay, there you go. And then we repeat it for the other 2. Here we go. Ground. Starter valve. And not like Fearless, we don't have to hold it till he says, start the valve open. And then we're just waiting. Okay, there's 20. Fuel. And you can start watching it spin up here. And 1's coming up, GT's coming up. Fuel's up. Now we're just waiting for it to stabilize. So pretty simple stuff. Well, I'll be doggone, things are working today. Huh. I didn't do anything to the stream. That is so weird. Let me try something. Okay, that didn't work because I spelt it wrong. Nope, it's still blocking them. Okay. Alright, engine stabilized, folks. So, we're going to repeat it now for number 1. I leave the valves open, or the casings open, so I know what's gone already. Okay, the starter valve showing. Coming up on 20, N1, or here's your engine 1 gauges, there's N2, boom. Introduce the fuel, here we go. And then really, once the oil pressure light goes out here, you could start up the other engine. I wait for them to stabilize. As you can see, we're still building N2 and 1 still building and stabilizing the gas temperature. Alright, we're stable. Last engine, folks, the middle one. Starter valves open. There's 20. Right now, fuel on. Cockpit to ground, disconnect, ground power. The neat thing again about this is, folks, things can happen way up at the nose because the engines are way in the back. Now you wouldn't be doing stuff like that with except starting the engine on the other side of the aircraft so you wouldn't risk any harm to your ground crews. Right, all the engines are fired up. Okay, before we shut the APU down, let's get up here, get the main engines on the bus. So we're just going to close off each one of these three. Make sure all your lights are off. Oh, crud. And make sure you turn your fuel on, which I forgot to do. Good thing is it won't die in this one, but other planes, it can if you forget. Alright, I thought my wife was buying me something. She took my phone. Alright, so we have the APU still on. We're on the generators, so guess what, folks? We can actually shut it down. Just go to off. Oh, I know why. You got to turn up your essential powers to at least get one of them. There we go. That's why my lights came on for the hydraulics. Okay, everything's good. Heat's off. Okay, and we'll get the packs back on. What I'll do here, folks, I saw this in one stream. I kind of like it. Galley pack 1 on. Pack 1 on. Let things simmer down. Galley power 2. Pack 2. Alright, folks, we are set and ready to push. Now, remember we mentioned that the inner slats appeared to be deployed? They're speed driven, folks. So that's why you see them. Although they actually look up now. Oh, maybe the hydraulic pressure. Okay. All right, let's power back, shall we? One more look out here. Got beacons. All right, area looks clear behind us. All right, so we're going to runway 15. Oh, wait, we got other checks to do. I just noticed it on the tail. Okay. Okay, so before taxi, let's get up here, get the probe heat on. Anti-ice, we're not going to need that, I don't think. Flaps, go to 20. See where we ended up at. I think we're pretty close. We'll check our needles here in a second. Weather radar off, but I'm going to turn it up to 5 right now. We got green lights on the flaps. EPR bugs are set. Transponder TARA. You don't necessarily... Okay, you see, I did it, folks. Y'all think me. Transponder's down here. No, it's up here. That's why we go to TARA. GamerTube HD. Yes, welcome aboard, sir. It is the 727. All right, and let's see. EPRS, flaps, runways. Okay, we're ready to push or power back. Actually, I'm going to set 1 gauge, 400 feet. Remember, it told us either end of the runway or 400 feet. We start making our turn. All right, so, and that heading again would be 350. So we are going to set our heading now, 350. close enough. Alright, and then we'll turn on course. It depends how quickly we get on the autopilot. Alright, let's do it, folks. I've set it enough. Let's power back. Flaps are set. Oh, trim. Real quick to set your trim, folks, all you got to do is click in the green band, set your trim to the numbers on your thing. Alright, now we're going. And you can notice the horizontal stabilizer back there is a little not as deflected. Okay, runway 15 will be to the northern end of the runway, so we're going to push back facing north, or power back. So how do you power back? Go into reverse thrust. I don't think we went into reverse thrust. Hang on. There we go. You got your reverse thrust lights on. Brakes off. Power back. Now is the time you do not use your brakes. You risk a tail strike. You use the thrust of the plane. Manage your speed with reverse. If the airplane doesn't go that way, folks, good chance your hydraulics aren't turned on. Okay, I'm going to come out of reverse. Now you can use your brakes. Once you start moving forward, folks, you can use your brakes. There we go. All right, final checks. Okay, probes, flight controls. All right, now we have this nice little gauge right here, guys, but it's missing aileron. You heard me. I'm turning. You can see I just turned the wheel for the ailerons. No needle movement. Okay, that's the only thing I don't like about it. Would I like to see that included in future versions from FJSim? Heck yeah, that would be really cool. But, you know, we just go around. You know, it works fine without it. I mean, just an annoyance. Alright, so flight controls check, flap set, let's do it. Brakes off, power up, here we go. Let y'all hear the JTs. Aircraft of the day made the wine. Always asked if they needed a little cheese with them. Alright, and I see we've gone to commercial break again, so while we taxi out, there'll be perfect timing. We'll be at the end of the runway, hopefully. Alright, so we'll get all our checks done here real quick. Departure plans done. Attendants notified. Oil cooler. Let's get that in ground off. Fuel heats off. Auto pack switch up here to normal. And we'll turn the packs off when we're ready to go. But again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike, folks. If you're new, Well, folks that are listening to me right now are subscribers, so thank you so much. But if you are by chance a follower and hearing us, or new to the channel, hey, smash that follow button. Love to have you on future flights. Nothing planned for the weekend. Those are always saved as kind of a surprise. Hey, we're gonna fly today. We'll see what tomorrow brings. For now, we're headed to Alice Springs. Looks like we got a little bit of a back taxi to do, folks. I thought we went to the end. Well, make sure everybody's on for that. Alice or Cairns traffic, ANZAC 483, back taxi 15. And by the way, folks, we are ready to go. APUs off, packs, bleeds, flaps, start levers. I was kind of hoping they would get that up and running for us for this flight version 4, but yeah, you know, they don't ever consult with Flying with Mike. Flying with Mike has to consult with them, which is cool. That's how it should be. Would be nice if it was the other way. All right, folks, so here we go. We're at the end of the runway here almost. Again, takeoff checks, plan, oil cooler. Look at that real quick. Good on the bottom, normal on the top. Packs will come off when we line up. All right, let's get all the lights on. All right, folks, we're lining up for takeoff. I don't really see this high terrain, folks, but you know what? We'll go with it. All right, here we go, folks. Lined up. Packs off. Now I just got to remember to turn them back on. And here we go. Throttling up. Here we go, folks. Toga. I will put a warning out, folks. We will be switching to exterior view. It could be a little noisy. You might want to turn those earphones down. Here we go. Gear up. Outside. And we got 400 feet. Let's get into that turn. All right, we're getting into that turn to heading 350. Now the hard thing about this plane, folks, is getting it trimmed so you can engage that autopilot, but we're gonna and switch screen real quick here so I can see how we're doing. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and engage the autopilot. Altitude, well, on, heading, altitude. Okay, there's our heading. In VS mode, I should say. Alright, we're gonna set up for our speed. And start our flap retractions. Come over Cairns. Get a little bit of altitude still, and head for one more notch of flaps. We can clean up now. And I'm going to put us on IAS now. What that does, folks, is keeps us in the climb at 250 and now set for come back a little bit towards, say, right here. Set up. Okay, and wait, I gotta, yeah, nav lock. Gotta put it in GPS, put it in AUXNAV, and there it goes. Come back here, turn the pack on. See what I mean, folks? It's a little intense right now, but it'll settle down. Fuel pumps are on. Okay, that's back to normal. Pressure cooler and cutout and APU is off. All right, folks, we are through our after takeoff checks. Flaps are up. 250. About ready to push over to 10,000 again. The lights off first. And see how we're looking on course. Go back into VS. All right, let's start accelerating up to 280 knots. Guess what, folks? Welcome to aviation at its best. Alright, well, guess what? We're returning to Cairns. Cairns traffic, ANZAC 583 returning due to an engine fire. If you would, roll the trucks. Alright. I know why that happened, doggone it. Autopilot off. Here we go. Let's roll it to the left. I can't believe we had another one. All right, let me get a instrument chart up here to get us in here on 1.5. All right, we're gonna head for a nice descent and pulling back the power. Alright, so the fire's out. That's a good thing. Not sure why we got a warning here. Fuel lever off. Okay, well, here we come back, folks. Let's get the ILS dialed in. Get her on the ground. We'll try it again. 109. This is when multiple crew members helpful. And come off GPS. All right, folks, we are now coming back. Let me keep it coming around. Real quick. Okay, 4700s are minimum. All right, folks. Well, we did it again. Hey, Cairns traffic. Handset 483 coming over Rainy on the ARC 4 ILS 15. Okay. Into clouds. I'm kind of curious if I'll get credit for this. I'm gonna try. All right, and that's one. Okay, we got 3 green. I know what the horn's about, folks. Hang on. Okay, we got 3 green on the landing gear. Got the 15-mile arc coming around for the ILS. Alright folks, well, we all didn't expect this to be this short, but it is what it's gonna be sometimes, folks. Glide slope may or may not work, I don't know. Okay, 3,700 turning in. Okay, I still don't see the runway, folks.
Light slow. 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 Light slow.
Well, we should be pretty close to on course.
Light slow. 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 Light slow.
Got the runway finally.
Light slow. 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 Light
Cairns traffic,
Right slope.
ANZAC 483, emergency aircraft, short final for 15 in sight.
Right slope. 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 Minimums.
Okay, we'll be landing.
300. 200. Sink rate. Sink rate. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Alright folks, we're back. Not at our intended destination. Try and clear up here at the taxiway. This way we can keep the runway open. Since we don't actually have fire, we can come off. Okay, quick parking brake set, folks. Alright, well, dag nabbit. Take a quick look around the plane since we don't have fire trucks holding us up. Alright, let's taxi in. What I did, folks, I didn't set climb power, so we were mashing it all the way up, and it just let go. Alright, so we're back on the ground here in Cairns. Gonna try it. I'm gonna think they're gonna reject me, but you know, hey, we'll see. Get in here to the gate real quick while the technicians get on board and fix the aircraft. They want me in this far stand, I'm sure. Okay, APU's got to come on. And we're going to shut down one of the engines. 2, right? 2 and 2. So technically, folks, having this set to the return airport would have been a smart move. That's what I needed to kick, folks, but too busy up front flying by hand back into the airport. Just waiting on the EPU. Then we'll get on ground power and all of that and shut down. Alright, so let's get on the EPU now. Alright, a 400 foot a minute landing. You know what? We're just going to cancel out. Alright, folks, we are shut down. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back. Alright folks, I'm back with y'all. Sorry about the problems here. I'm going to give this about 50 seconds. We're going to get in here, reset the plane, and we're going to try again. Okay, about another 15 seconds. All right, folks, so what I think happened is I didn't pull the engines back into climb power. We were still in takeoff power, and it was what it was. So, all right, so well, we didn't do too bad, 401 feet a minute on the emergency landing, so all right, so everyone should be back. So here's what we're going to do. Let's get back into cockpit. Technicians have come on. They've fixed the aircraft. We'll do it real quick here. All right, remember I told you the maintenance system's on? It's funny. Good, good, good. Doesn't say dead. Oh, and our APU failed. Ha! Go figure that one. Alright, so hang on, I didn't put us back on GPU to save that, so alright. Engine 1 failure, we'll get clicking these here in a minute. Let's get power back to the plane. Wait a minute, where's external power? There it is. Right, we're back on. And we'll just wait to see it power up, and I'm going to come off the EPU. Alright folks, we're going to try take 2 on this run. See if we can't... Hopefully I did not. Okay, we're going to have to reset our flight, so let's do that here real quick. Route menu, pilot, flight plan. Okay, well let's take a look. Are the legs all still there? None of them. We'll see. Hey, I think we're good here, because we never got to NONUM. Yep, we're still good here. Let's do this. Double check. Runway 15, CS2. Flight plan's good. All right, and this time around, let's make sure everything's back. Okay, we'll put the packs on. Pack 2 and that. All right. We're all set here. Let's get down into the hydraulics. Let's get this one turned off. Fuel pumps will leave on. All right, folks. I say we're back to where we were. Off for now. Alright, so what we've got to do is first reset engine number 2. So like I said, you go to your maintenance folder, and again, it's just the wrench icon here. Click, well, you can see we have 2 failures now. Let's replace engine 1 and replace the APU generator, which that, folks, seems to go out just about every other flight. Like new. Engine 2 is the only one that hasn't had any problems, or engine 3 yet. So we are going to try out and fare on the APU. So there could be a problem coming with that. We have had airframe issues too. So, and it'll tell you in the reports what needs to be just fixed. All right, well, this was not intended to have an engine fire all at the same time. So, let's, again, double checking our route. Okay, I think we're okay here. Well, we're going to find out in flight. We'll work. Oof, exactly. Exactly. Oh, and by the way, folks, the reason for the little bit of a break there, this actually was a godsend in a way. We had a visitor over, and that gave me time to break away as well to meet and greet. So, all right, so we're going to do it again just for you, Hawker, because you said you're going to lurk. You had to learn something. So, all right, so let's get on the VNAV page real quick. Okay, cruise altitude is flight level 340. Okay. And I always click execute progress to see how our fuel is. All right. All right, the people are reboarding the aircraft right now. We're going to get the fuel back up to what's required, which was the 33,904. All right. Okay, there's 33,950. Got 111 peeps. Oh, we're 10 heavy. Hang on a second. 10 of you get to go bye-bye. We'll keep it because we're at the 0 fuel weight. So 10 extra people got a seat aboard the plane. Who wants to go fly with Mike now? Alright, so still 1019 across the board. Alright, so let me get back into checklists here real quick. System B is on, A is off. This is another way to check your hydraulics. And you know what? I am going to do a light check just to be safe. Real quick. Even if they're burning, I do it. Alright, that seemed like it was a little loud, so sorry about that, folks. Alright, real quick rundown. Good. Well, we're going to find out real quick in startup, folks, if that engine's going to respond. We may have to reset the sim. So, bear with me. I've actually never done this on the fly. Okay. Like I said, folks, there are a bunch. So to say it, to do quickly, good laugh. All right, we are done with those, and let's finish up here. Okay, hydraulic Gasper, make sure that's on. Casper the Ghost is in here. There we go. All right. Gonna try it again, folks. Parking brake, takeoff warning horn. Actually, you know what? I may try to start number 1. Let's do that real quick. See if we're gonna need to reset. Then we'll begin our boarding. Starter valves open. So far, so good. Looks like we're... Oops. Uh-oh. That's my bad, folks. Okay, cancel start. That was my bad 100%, because we need DPU. Dang it, I did it again. Hang on a second. Out of curiosity, if I turn these off, I get 40 out of it. Let's go ahead and try. Hang on. Go ahead, shut that down. Let's now try. Okay, valve open. Just want to make sure we're going to actually get a light off. Fuel's on. I don't know about you all, but I think we got a light off. Okay, things seems to be coming up right. All right, I think we got a good test. Engine off. All right, so that's a good check, folks. So great. So we don't have to reset the sim. We'll let everything settle down, put some more fuel in it, and we'll begin boarding. All right, folks, there you have it. We had an engine fire again. Hope you all enjoyed the return back to Cairns. And we'll get underway here shortly. I just got told we have an influx of people wanting to fly with Mike. How about that? We don't have enough chairs for him. All right, 940. Make sure we're still above our minimum of 904. We are. 124. 986. I do have room for some more beeps. $840. Let's go for one more in the tail. All right, that'll get us and a little better CG. We'll move this up. All right, so let me go ahead and kill that music, folks. Sorry about that. Didn't catch it in time. All right, we're going to go take 2 on this, folks. Everything's set, ready to go, except for the comms. 1300. We'll keep it dialed in just on the outside chance we do it again. Let me just make sure that's 10990, 10990, 150. Okay, we are set. Cairns is set in there over here. All right, so let's do it. 126, 126, 138, setting the bugs again, and we'll get the trim all set up here in a minute. Okay, let's fire them up. This time we are going to use the APU, so okay, and 1, 2, 3, back. Get it firing up. Hopefully I don't have to rebid. Oh, what? Oh boy. All right, hang on, folks. I just need to make sure we're still good here. Booking. And there we go. All right, we'll try this again out of Cairns. We're on. APU. APU. Everything's set, ready to go. Fuel pumps on, B's on. All right, hydraulics look good. All right. Here we go, folks. All right, packs are off. Galley power's off. Powered, okay. Just making sure we have everything we need. All right, let's do it. Okay, here comes number 3. Okay, just waiting for the oil pressure light to go off and then for us to stabilize on the temps. Okay. Number 1, no. Got the valve. Waiting for 20 here. Hold on. Just about stable, oil pressure light out. Okay, engine 1 appears to be fine. Engine number 2. Actually, I think it was engine number 1 before that went. Alright, so we got close to 20. Here we go. Alright, so we got them all back on, folks. Just waiting for the oil pressure light and for it to stabilize on the gas temperatures. Alright, everything on the engines looks good. Except for we weren't nice enough to turn our beacon on. Okay, so let's go back, close up the electric circuits, go to Gen 2 this time. Alright, and galley power 1 on, pack 1. Galley power 2 on, pack 2, off with the APU. Fuels on. Packs are on, gaspers on. We'll go ahead and turn on our cargo heat. Alright folks, I think we're ready to try this again. Cairns traffic, ANZAC 483, take 2. We're going to push power back and taxi to runway 15. Okay, there you are on the map. Here we go. Trim. Real quick with the controls. Okay. All right, and one more time. Here we go. Here comes the reverse thrust up. Got all 3. Brakes off. All right, we'll do a quick final check for takeoff. All right, takeoff checks. Electrical generators on. Probe heaters on. They are now. Anti-ice flight controls flaps are set. Radar on. Okay. EPR bug set. Transponder. Terra. Sure. Yep. Here we go, folks. Take two. All right, here we go again, folks. Now, Seahawker, what you miss when you walk away and lurk. Yeah, I reported it to the appropriate authorities here at Flying with Mike. Me. We don't need no thinking FAA out here. Alright folks, so we're going to try this again. We're going to have to back taxi, so we'll get everything set to go at the moment. Okay, before takeoff, departure plan set, attendants notified, oil cooler, we'll get that here. That's this switch right here. You can, wrong direction folks. Up top, go to cutout on your auto pack, fuel heats off. And anti-ice packs will turn off at the end of the runway. Let the people be a little comfortable because now they're nervous. Flaps are set 20 and 20 with a green light. And we're ready to go. Cairns traffic, ANZAC 43, back taxiing 15. All right. Here we go, and lights on. Could do an intersection departure. Unfortunately, I don't know how much room we have. Again, looking very forward to when FJSim brings out the 727 for X-Plane 12. A lot of talk now about it, plus the one that released today, the IXE something 737. Looking forward to seeing how that is. Who knows? So and we'll just kind of look at the plane a little bit more. Oh, I can see a lot of nervous passengers in there. Cairns traffic, ANZAC 43 departing 15. Okay, throttled up. Let's get all lined up again. Take 2. Airspeed's alive.
80 knots.
Thank you. Cross check. Good.
E1. Rotate.
Okay, there's our turn. And what I am gonna set again, best I can here. Get our autopilot going. And pulling back the power, folks. And a gear down. Okay, and 92. All right, coming around 350. Going to GPS up here. Actually, I want to nose down a little. Get us to start accelerating so I can get some flaps up here, folks. Still not nose down enough. All right, there goes the first notch of flaps. So 2 notches here. Three. Flaps up. All right, folks, we are now direct NONUM. Climbing a little fast, but we'll pick it up here as we get all the flaps up. We're on our way, folks. Okay, we're in the clouds. There we go. Just trying to get everything right this time. All right, I think we've got it. Hopefully we don't blow another engine. All right, folks, we're on our way now to Alice Springs. About ready to cross 10,000 feet. That's when all heck broke loose. That's because I hadn't pulled the power into climb. Check our packs, they're good. Got no overheats. And we're just looking on the pressures, all looking good. All right, folks, so I hope you can sit back, relax. Hopefully this time we won't do some theatrics here and bring it back. No. Engine fire again was unplanned. It's just that loose nut behind the wheel. Always forgetting to set cruise power. All right, so we need to turn the lights off. And come into here real quick, get this one down to 1012. And 1012 on the backup. All right, now we need to begin our acceleration again. So again, what I'll do is go back into vertical speed, click it towards the descent, and bring us down to about 1,000 feet a minute. While setting, making sure, yep, setting 280 up here. Hey, a little bit more. Oh, that's actually good. 800 feet a minute is all the FAA requires us at a minimum to climb at while we're accelerating. And off we go. Once we have our speed up, then I'll switch back into IAS. Now, I'll show you where you can learn these things here in a second. Aviate before we teach. I know, doesn't rhyme, does it, folks? Here we go, turning on course at NONUM. Hey, we got further than we did before on these engines, folks. Them mechanics did their job quite well back there at Cairns. Got that engine up and going so we could get up and going. Hope y'all enjoy. Hope y'all liked the unfortunate divert we had to do real quick in the beginning back to Cairns to reset the engine. But hopefully this time we'll make it to our point of destination. Ah, I see what I got to do here. There we go. Now you all have an idea what's going on. All right. So, I mentioned it. How do I know my speeds, my N2s and all? Remember I told you in the beginning we have a checklist here, folks? I can go all the way back. It's the basics of what you can do here. Now, I fly for Piedmont. Piedmont actually has a checklist, I think might have been from the real world, and I may be over exaggerating it, folks. But a link to the airline is right here. Check them out. Again, I went ahead and did not try to see if they would approve my engine fire return. So I just reset the flight limit. So, we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, that's where I get it, folks. And right here, okay, so here's the before start. Here's engine starts, tells you what you should do, how to do it. And then finally, your before takeoff and going. Cleared for takeoff after takeoff. And here's your notes. There you go. 97% for takeoff, 92%, and so forth. Hang on a second, folks. The junior first officer has called. All right, folks, back with you. Sorry about that. Had to take a call from the junior captain to be soon, one day. All right, but as you can see, we were talking about the speeds. Climb at 92% at flight level 100, 10,000 feet. We go up to 280. 29,000-ish will set for Mach 7.8. Basically, when it gets to that point, we kind of zoom in here. That'll be at about this point on the dial. So we're not going to speed the plane up to 350 knots, folks. We're going to just let it speed up so the passengers back there can settle down from seeing fire in an engine earlier. All right. I see my moderator made a ruh-roh. Looks like he's trying to cook something from a garden. So, okay. Well, enjoy dinner there, Mr. Bruns. We will come back to you all. We, on the other hand, continue on. Boy, what a flight so far. Engine fire, pretty much on takeoff. Food! That looked more like a garden to me. But anyway, and you can just, continue on. Next is descent, so we'll talk about that when we get to that point. But anyway, folks, here we are, up in the air, in our big, beautiful jetliner. I know it's supposed to be balloon, but hey. All right, well, hey, I want to thank you all for being a part. Smash that follow button if you like what you're seeing. Normally, we don't have engine fires, although with this plane of late, we've seen more than our fair share. And I do need to do something here. We're above 18,000 feet, so we can get those slats in. So, all right, yeah, 18,000 feet on the Piedmont checklist I have. They say you keep your inboard lights on. I'm sorry, inboard lights were still on from takeoff. Not slats out, because you can see the flaps are up. All right, let me do one little tip here for you. And that is, folks, keep this heading bug even when you're on the GPS. Straight ahead. Reason being, now remember, we have not set our arrival. So when we set that arrival, it's a possibility this airplane could loop back to our last fix and start flying it. Hence, an elongated hold. And you guys get heard from ATC, those of us here that are on VATSIM, or maybe IVO at the same time, or Pilot's Edge. You're deviating from course, aircraft XYZ. Yeah, I can't figure out what's going on, man. My FMC has just gone weird. That's more than likely what happened, folks. But if you have your heading bug set with your course current, snap it back into heading. That'll pull it back on your last heading, figure out what it's doing, and then get it going to its next fix. Pretty simple. But the key is make sure your heading is in the general direction you're going right now. So in case you do have an FMC issue, or all of a sudden you were putting in all your fixes, like I heard one guy do, I put every single fix in. I don't go by airways. Shame on you. You get one letter wrong, or you select the wrong one. You could have a fix 5,000 miles the other way. They are not singular, folks. That's why we use co-routes, or we use airways to help prevent that. All right, we just reached Mach 0.78. Simply take your climb lever here to Mach hold. Folks, this is a pitch selector. I just happened to get the right word. And it's not an auto throttle. So it's using it right now by pitch to maintain that speed. Once we level off, folks, you got to maintain it with the throttle. So, but anyway, there's your tip on how to prevent when you switch. And one tip, I'll even go one further, and I don't do this. I should, but I'll admit most of the time I don't. When you're ready to go and you start planning that arrival, so long as everything is cool, go into heading mode. And then when you're ready, go back into your FMC, GPS, whichever you're using, and make sure your next fix is what you're going to before you re-engage. I don't do that personally. I will start setting it up probably around Mount Isa, which I actually have that on one down here. Okay, we're out of Cairns, so I'll put on Mount Isa and see if we're in range yet. We are not. Double check. No, we are not. But we're not by a long shot. So, we'll just kind of cruise along here, folks. Here's the map that comes with AvTab, and it tells you your frames per second. Doing pretty good. 20's the magic number when you start getting nasty grams from VATSIM automatically. Alright, but we're on our way, folks. Holy mackerel, the engine stayed intact. And to prove it, no fire. Except inside the cowlings where it's supposed to be. Alright, so we're through 32,000. I'm going to go ahead and kill that wing light, folks, just as a... Gee, I'm a nice captain. Now we'll see if I remember to turn off the seatbelt signs when we level off. Alright, so we're just going to make sure we got the... go back here. I think, oh, I did not. We need to be out of cutout. And just to double check, we are normal on that. APU should be off, and is. And all is well. Oh, one thing I do need to be doing. Let's get those packs closed up. Or those vent doors. People like to be able to breathe. You know, call me silly, but you know, breathing is kind of a good thing to have your passengers doing. Alright folks, and we are now on our way. And let me see here, we're looking at... It says you aren't running in real time. What's not running in real time? What's not running in real time? Everything is. If you're talking about the clock on the plane, well, yeah, if I didn't, we'd be way too dark to see anything. So that's the only thing I can think that's not technically. It says you aren't running in real time. You read that when you drop below 20. Oh, I didn't know that. Let's go back and look. Well, I'm above 50, so we're at 50 or higher, so we're doing good here. So, didn't know that. I didn't really, I just paid attention like, oh crap, we're about to be kicked off. Alright, so folks, remember I told you as we get ready to level off, it's going to accelerate. We want it to 0.80. Actually, I think I've got it at 0.76, so, oh well. Go ahead and set us to that. And we are on our way. Moderating for today, Hawker 125. Folks, you need to check him out. When he's online, check out how he's going along with his project as he works with a Hawker 125 fuselage and building it into a flight sim. Real fuselage. He's not building the fuselage. He took one. Statutes of limitations have gone out, so he doesn't have to worry about the taking part. All right, we're going to kick back to vertical speed here. Bear with me a second, folks. I'm going to couple of notches up. Get a nice gentle climb here into 34,000. But you can see our airspeed is still building. And then what I'm going to do is probably bring the power back to about right to the edge of the stops here. I have a HOTAS set up for my flight control system here. Flight stick and throttle. So I'll just pull it back right to the stops before you go to full military power. So thank you, Hawker, for that nice little plug there for the YouTube channel. Yeah, folks, if you do miss a stream or miss parts of a stream that you were curious about, hint, hint, engine fire on takeoff, you can go back and watch it there. All right, we're coming up to 0.80, so I'm going to start throttling back. I have to do that. The aircraft doesn't do that, folks. This is not an auto throttle. Nor do I have the niceties of Airbus. Oh, pull it back to climb. Or the Citation 10. You have to physically manipulate it. Like I said, I'm thinking right around 190 to start with, a little under. There we go. All right, while that stabilizes, I remembered. All right, sorry for the sniffles, folks. All right, and you can see where we are. I'm going to pan out a little further. And we'll just keep it centered. So, but you can get a, you know, we're out here in the Outback now, folks, and headed deeper into it towards Alice Springs. Like I said, place that Hawker 125 would just love to go to and see all the either mothballed or aircraft that are being cannibalized from Australia. So, all right, folks, we just went into commercial break. So bear with us. I'm going to take a little break myself here. I'll be right back as well. Again, thank you for being a part of the stream today. I hope to make things a little better, hopefully we keep the engine fires and whatnots to a minimum. All right, folks, I'm back with you. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike and hanging in there. Ooh, we're getting a little fast, so we'll pop down a little bit on the EPR here. All right, so hope y'all are having a great Friday. Hope you keep it safe. I'd love to see you next week for sure when we crank it back up. I haven't come yet to figuring out what would be good flights. Always, folks, at our Discord channel, you can put in suggestions to help guide where we fly. Of course, it's gonna not let me. Hang on a second, folks. Bear with me as I get back. There's the invite to our Discord, folks. Love to chat with you on and about in the flight. We're going to be opening this up here soon. Probably within the next couple of days, we'll try a Discord channel day, see how things go. Usually ends up, I end up muting it again and keeping it offline. So, because I'm sorry, folks, language, you know, I don't know what's listening in. If it's my grandchild or someone else's kids, they don't need to hear bar room talk, firehouse talk, Navy Yard talk. And too many people are accustomed to that. They think that's what we're supposed to get into. No, not going to. So that's why Discord is usually kept muted. Do aim this to be a family channel. So those of you that like to come in, cause ruckuses, well, that's why Discord is not turned on here. All right, and it has happened just about every time I turn it on. So all right, so we are in cruise. I didn't say Hawker caused the ruckuses, but there are many that like to pop in just to hear themselves swear to each other, and I just simply go mute. All right, let me do a couple quick checks here. Okay, we're on course. We're looking at about an hour and 15-ish minutes to our destination. So I will tell you this, X-Plane 12, well, have I come out? I don't know if I've come out of Alice Springs in X-Plane 12. I know in X-Plane 11, they have a few mock-ups there to show that it is like a little bit of a graveyard of aircraft or mothball of aircraft, but it's going to be a fun arrival. It's a neat little airport, and I will stress the word little. Let's do a little quick, give you some sense. We're going to be landing on an 8,000-foot runway, elevation 1789 above sea level. So that gives you an idea, folks, of what we're coming into. And with a 727 at 1,700 or 1,800 feet above sea level, that's not bad. But a little longer would be nice, but, you know, we'll make it. And it is a back taxi airport, so. All right, and here in progress. We're about 400 miles out. We'll check that room. No, we'll leave it on this for now. All right. And as you can see, folks, we are out over the outback. Go get a better shot for y'all. All right, we got a nice 727 en route. Victor Hotel, Alpha November Alpha for the tail number, and about an hour and 10 minutes or so to go to Alice Springs. Sit back, relax, enjoy the ride in. We're gonna start talking the arrival here shortly, and shouldn't be too complex, but we'll find out. Ah, and there it is, NACBOT telling us 1 hour, 12 minutes to go. So if you want, now would be a good time, put in a prediction for the arrival. And there's your format. Oh, look at Hawker for the grease job. Hopefully I can. I would love to grease it. So, how was the garden for dinner? And because of this plane, folks, that is why we are in X-Plane 11. It is not out yet for X-Plane 12. Hopefully in a few weeks here it will be, and we'll give her a test ride when it comes. Get into cockpit here, see how we're doing speeds, if I need to adjust power. Not yet. How's fuel? Good. Alright, we should be in good shape. Again, our alternate for today's flight is still Mount Isa. We'll be actually flying over it, so worst case scenario if we have to come back. So we got that all set up. Alright, so what I'm going to do, we'll go ahead and start into this arrival brief, see how we're doing. Alright, while we got some viewers here, let's take a look here. So we're going to bring Sim Toolkit up real quick. we've got the actual flight here. Let me go ahead and pull this back for now. All right, so you can see where we took off here, a little bit of weather up there. We're heading, we can actually zoom out to see it, but we're going to be heading down to here, folks, Alice Springs. I like it in just enough so we can see our fixes. All right, real quick, let's get a METAR update. How old is this? 2030. All right, so 22:44. So we're a little over an hour. So I may want to just hover. 200 was winds 300 at 2, and clear skies 13 degrees Celsius. So. Little, you know, considering it's spring, a little on the chilly side down there, but not too bad, to be totally honest with you. All right, so there you go, folks. We're headed down. ANZAC is our last fix. Bring NavGraph in, and then we can then take this data and apply it. All right, so it's like no arrivals, folks. Which I thought we had one. Hang on a second. Check in right now. Guess we did not. That's weird. I thought we did. Alright, well, we don't have an arrival, so let's go on with the next option, our approach. So we're going to be coming into 30, and you're going, oh my God, there's so many circles and lines. Well, here's the thing. These are the different approaches for runway 30, from BORDMEs to, not sure if we actually have an ILS. No, we do not. ILS is the other way. So we're going to be coming in on an RNAV. I'm leaning right here to RNAV M as in Mike. Maybe not. Something's not squaring up here. It's RNAV U. Okay, well, the only one we can actually look at charts is the RNAV Zulu. So that's what we'll look at. Hang on a second. I want to go back, see. Okay, there it is. So where is you? That is really. All right, so we'll go with the RNAV Zulu. AC. Got to be careful here. You notice how they're all set up. BAS, EC, final, which would be EB, and EA. I'm going to go for EA. Add to route. And that puts it right on. Okay. So that's what it looks like, folks, as we come off ANZAC and head to BACEA to EI and then in. Again, no arrivals available. So this is actually going to make it pretty easy. Okay, across the top, these are the ATIS frequencies, UHF and VHF. AWIS also for weather when the ATIS and the tower are not available. This airport falls under Melbourne Center when they're up. So there's the frequency that will be on if the tower's in up. And so forth. None of this right here, folks, matters in VATSIM. Will be on 128 or 122.8. Yeah, unless we have a tower. RNAV approach, final approach 296, and at BASEF We are to be 3,720 feet MSL or 1,956 AGL. Same dot in the sky, folks. LNAV, VNAV, 2090 is our decision altitude. Or that is mean sea level. Brackets above ground level. So 326. So we'll set our radar altimeter to 320, 340, somewhere in there. All right, here's your simple outbound straight out to 5,200 feet. LNAV VNAV approach, you got to have the QNH required. LNAV VNAV temperature between -10 that you're allowed to shoot it in is from -10 Celsius to 57 Celsius. Boy, that really seems hot. I'm gonna have to look up 57 just for fun. I don't even know if that's on my gauge. I only go up to 45 on my gauge, folks, for Celsius, and that's 113. So that's way up there. All right, so again, we're going to fly to BASEA, track to EI, to EF, to the runway. Remember at EI, we got to be at 3720, and on MSL, be able to shoot the approach. And here's your where they say you should be altitude wise. All right, and finally, here we are, 5,200 feet at EI. 3720 on the glide slope, if we have one, on down to the runway. Missed approach. We'll work on in a second. There's no times for it. Okay, finally, our minima for the airport. We need at least 326 on our scatter. Overcast and broken layer of clouds, and the METAR or weather report needs to be at least 1.8 kilometers, or so not sure if that's 1,800 what it would read or how that would show up. Finally, where you see the 1 here, forecast terminal MDA, you know, and you got that if we have to go here. Alright, so as you can tell, we don't circle to the north. We would circle to the south if we have to come around for 2. Okay, once we get on the ground, folks, boy, if everything was going right, we'd get off at Charlie, make our taxi. But we may have to go all the way to the end, turn around, come back, and find a parking spot up here at the terminal. All right. So now we need to start figuring out our speeds. Okay, top of descent now about 300 miles away. Okay, so we'll come back here. Remember this guy at the top, our takeoff calculator? Well, let's click landing. Here's what, as of right now, it's saying our landing speed is 132. That's all it gives us, folks. It doesn't tell us how much runway we're going to eat up or anything like that. So, how do we figure that? We don't. That's one of the bummers. I get it. You know, you got to have an EFB for that and all. And this is all we get, folks. So we don't have a lot to work from. It's just your standard AV tab. Okay. But we can set the bugs. We'll set them when we get closer to descent, about 100 miles. So we'll give it about another 30 minutes. We'll see where we are and begin the calculations. But I do want to point ourselves quick to this. There's our alternate. Getting ready to fly over. See if we can actually see it. Not sure if we will or not. But this is where we would come back, folks, if we have to go to our alternate. This might be it right here. Check something. Yep, that's Mount Isa right there. Seeing if there were any other airports that we could get fooled by. Doesn't appear to be. I like to call that on this point just about the halfway. As we push further into the outback. Alright, so we'll just continue on here. Let's see how well we've done. We're at 0.80 right now on our speed. 34,000. Let's just now. Let's come up a little. Should have been 2992. I thought 1012 was standard in HEPA. It's 1013. My bad. We'll adjust. Alright, so we're now 279 miles out. We'll let some more music run here for a little bit and be back. Like I said, in about 20 minutes or so, we should be ready to start down. Folks, if you're interested in this 727, bear with me a second. I'm not going to waste my time and yours with it giving me an error. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. There it is. So let me give it to you this way. Otherwise, Stream Elements, for some weird reason, will take out the link. So I don't get it. And then when you update with Skunkcraft, folks, again, let me rephrase. When you buy this aircraft, okay, you're gonna have a problem with it. It'll let you know right off the bat. And here's the simple fix. Yeah, it's going to crash the desktop on you if you don't do this. So, go in, remove XTCAS, meaning when you take that folder out, you will not be able to have TCAS right here. That seems to be the cure-all, folks. Some file in that folder is causing the crash to desktop. Don't know which one, don't know if there's a way to fix that file or not. If you were to update to whatever the latest of this aircraft is, go back in and remove them because it puts them back. But that'll prevent that in a heartbeat. Hopefully, as I said in the beginning, before the engine fire, hopefully with version 4 coming for X-Plane 12 here in the next few weeks, that issue will be a non-issue. So, original Godspeed. What says can't be... Are you kidding? Oh, my apologies, folks. What's going on over here at X-Plane? Did they change things up on me? I will get the right one. As soon as I get on the right one. Oh my goodness, there we go. Are you kidding me? They don't consider this a classic? Oh my gosh, really? Alright, well let me, here's that link, folks, corrected for you. Thank you there, Original Godspeed. I sure appreciate that. I'll look at it. Well, doggone it, it's the same page. I'm looking at it before I click on it. Okay. That is really weird. Okay, well there you go, folks. I am going to look at that expanded here. Hang on a second. X. Oh wait. That is the exact same. I don't get it. See any difference in them. Unless some periods at the end. Thinking maybe the HTML. Alright, maybe I didn't copy it completely. That's me, you know, that never happens here. Alright, well, hopefully next time when I do that it'll work. Alright, so again, thank you Godspeed for that. That really, I love when people check me, because either I didn't copy it right or not. Somebody's trying to plug the new 737 out there, Hawker. I averted that major catastrophe. Again, thank you, sir. Free update on the 737 at Hawker? Hawker, are you giving away 737s again? Man! First Hawker 125s, now he's going for 737s. I tell you, man, that man... All right. I think it looks nice. $85. We'll think about that one. I just might have to get a few more subscriptions to be able to get that. Oh, thank you there, Original Godspeed. We sure appreciate it. We appreciate you being a part of the Flying with Mike. Pull the power back just a smidge more to get us closer to 8. And folks, I am going to be right back. I've got a headache right now, and I'm going to try and put some medicine on. I'll be right back. All right, we're back, folks. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to, how far out are we? 192, so we got a little ways to go. All right, we'll just keep her in cruise mode here. Alright, we're still not getting down to 0. Let's see if that does it. It's down to 168 on the EPRs. Alright, I am going to go ahead now and program. Okay, let's make sure the heading bug is set. Okay, we're looking. Which one did we say? Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't put it in on this one. A. There we go. All right, so runway 30, and it's RNAV, is it Zulu? Zulu. Coming into EA. Execute. Alright, so basically what you saw me do there, folks, select departure, arrival to YBAS, and then I selected this RNAV, this transition, and then it hit the accept, and then cleared the discontinuity. So it's not a, again, so long as you're not doing it right as you're going towards ANZAC. Otherwise, it might turn you around. So always be ready to go to heading mode. I'm making sure right now everything's good. If we are getting slow. Okay. Let's try 180, see if that'll get us back up. All right. So I hope y'all are enjoying the ride. We should be in there in about 45 minutes or so. And hopefully make a good landing. So we'll see how it goes. So far so good. The engines are holding. Unlike the first take on this, folks. Again, if you missed the takeoff / climb out engine fire, YouTube is there for it. This will go up later today. Check it out. Hey, see you in a few. Okay, for the 727, the fix their original Godspeed, if you go into the folder, into your X-Plane aircraft, you'll see 3 FlyJSim 727 folders. Each version, you got the 100, the cargo, 200 advanced. The problem is the plane will crash to desktop if you're on the XTCAS version. And I have found even if you're not on it, it will crash. So how you get rid of that? Get rid of the folder in each of those 3 FJS 727 folders for each aircraft that says XTCAS. Once you get rid of them, you fly just great. And I'm hoping I got the right numbers. You know what? I know another way to make sure I got it right. Desktop. Got how I put it in here. There it is. So yeah, if you remove... oh, I'm sorry. Let me back myself up here. I got it wrong. Go into your X-Plane folder for all 3 727 aircraft. Inside the plug-in folder, inside each of those, is where you will find the XTCAS folder. It's not in the base file, it's under the plug-in inside each of those 3. So, glad I pulled that up because it's been a long time since I've done this. Anytime you run Skunkcraft and update it, double check that it didn't load it back in, because it probably will. So there are 3 aircraft folders for the 727. The 727-200, 200 Advanced, and the Freighter. Make sure you go into the plug-in folders, get rid of XTCAS. Clear as mud, I know. Or as clear as mud can mud be. I have to say, that is a cool feature of X-Plane. I've heard rumors. It's not a simple thing to do in the other sims. So it's a neat feature, folks. Plus, it's a lot cheaper. But anyway, great airplane otherwise, folks. You turn on that. Correct. So if you go in, if you're in there right now, look at one of your 727 aircraft. You're going to open up the folder system. You'll see a folder that says plugins. In there, you'll see the XTCAS folder. Just get rid of it. And they don't crash the desktop. Now, the pressurization problems and stuff like that, well, that's the loose nut behind the wheel. There you can kind of give smack to flight engineer for not working the closing and opening the doors on the cooling panel and other things. But, yeah. We've had that where hypoxia took over the airplane. Or just do like I did, turn it off. But yeah, for that crashing the desktop, that's what cured it. Alright, in the beginning I mentioned that I think the flight engineer station seems small. Here's where I get that theory. It's been a long time since I've been up in the cockpit of one of these. But if you notice, from about where the co-pilot is to the door here, there is an awful lot of room. We all saw how big the 747's flight engineer panel is. So I, again, don't know if it would fill that much room or not. To me, I think it would because of all that they do. But, you know, I'm not going to sit there and say, FlyJSim, you did it wrong. No, I don't really know for sure. But this is where your flight engineer is. And it seems to me like that probably would be a bigger panel. So more reminiscent to the 747. But again, could be wrong. Because I just can't see airliners where the panel will just say, in my opinion, would be about to here, not using this space up for seats. Galley, even the galley wouldn't fill. So, I don't know. It's just me. kind of hope Hurricane Lee moves along here soon. It's really stalled up the weather here in St. Louis. And boy, my allergies are starting to really take hold. All right. I'm going to pull this up here so we can all see it. 127 miles. All right, like I said, we've got to about the 100-mile point. We'll start looking a little closer. See, our VREF has gone down now to 130. So we'll plan our approach at about 140 into Alice Springs once we turn in on final. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how accurate any of this is down here. I'm thinking probably pretty close. And then you're going to be flaps 30 for the arrival. Set the bugs. So now you got 130 for your VREF, 140 something. Looks like 142 for V approach. Flaps, it doesn't really say if that's what it is, but this will be hopefully with at least 1 or 2 notches of flaps down by then. Okay, checklist. We'll just go off this one. Okay, for now, we'll keep the seatbelt sign on until about 25,000 feet. Anti-ice, well, we're not on. And we don't appear to have any clouds, so we're going to keep it off. We'll turn the landing lights on. First lights to come on will be the inboards at 18,000, then the rest at 10,000, and 10,000 we'll set the altimeter. Radar altimeter we can set now. Set it right there. Grab this one too, folks. That's good. All right. And finally, flight instruments set. All right, so we're going to get our radios and all set up right now. Okay, so let me, okay, so it's going to be a little challenging to show this at the, oh, well, first off, we don't have a radio per se to set for the approach because, I hate to say this, folks, we're flying an RNIP. There is none. 138 from Mount Isis. Are we 15.9? Okay. This will be Alice Springs. All right, and we can see, not yet, not close enough yet, but we're getting there. All right, and hydraulic pressures and quantities are good. Quantities and pressures all look good. And the cooling doors will set as we begin to descend. We reset those. Yes. Okay. All right, so the descent is ready, and we're just kind of cruise along here. And ANZAC, I think is ANZAC, is where we're going to start the descent. And that'll be down to 5,200 feet. So set that up here in a moment. We're going to let one more song roll and then start into the descent. All right, folks, we are 30 minutes out, so we'll start our descent here shortly, and looking forward to a nice landing in Alice Springs. Maybe the Crocodile Dundee guy will beat us. Great movie for those who've never heard it. All right, while we're in a commercial break, for those that can hear my voice, thank you so much for your subscriptions. We sure appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to need a few more subscriptions in order to get that new 737, if that's on the purchasing block. Otherwise, I've got a couple of other ideas. But yeah, we thank you so much. It's that money from the donos, the biddies, subscriptions that go into getting the newer aircraft we fly here, or the aircraft we fly, because not necessarily is it new, in case in point here. But thank you so much for your subscriptions. It helps so much in that area. I can't thank you enough, folks. It really means the world. Followers, which are now just coming back in from the commercial break, subscribing, because it is September for Twitch. 25% off Tier 1, 25% off Tier 2, and 30% off Tier 3. So, and all that money, as you heard, goes back into the stream. So, but we thank you just for following. I mean, it means the world that you all follow us. So, you know, I don't want to push you that way. It's just Twitch right now has a great deal, so I try to push that along to you all. All right, well, I am going to put the music on hold. We are very close to our top of descent, and we're going to verify everything real quick and then push over and head into Alice Springs. But again, folks, thank you all so much for being a part of the stream today. It is just amazing. We actually are in flight number 2 for those just joining in. Flight number 1 got interrupted by an engine fire that we had to go back to Cairns for. Landed safely, let the technicians get in there, fixed it. Now we're on our way. Flight number 2. So, just, if you missed it, folks, you know, shame on you. But no, I do have a way for you to see it later this evening, Central Time. Head over to our YouTube channel there, and you can watch it. All right, let's get in the office up here, folks. A little chilly out here. All right, how far out are we now? 65 miles. Perfect. Let me pull back a little on the power. About 180. All right, there we go. All right, so we're going to set up for the descent, like I said. All right, so we need to first, let's click altitude hold. If I didn't, by setting a new altitude, she might actually start descending a few miles early. I'd like to get over ANZAC here in about 50 miles and then start down. Okay, that'll still be about 10 miles out, but you know, it'll work. So, all right, so we're at 34,000 now with this on altitude hold. Set us up for YBCS-200. That is, as you all remember, real quick, we'll go through it real quick again. Here we go, charts up. Sorry, I was on the wrong area of that page. As you can read here, we need to be at 3,720 feet here, 5,200 here. And then our minimum descent in here is 5,200 on this 7-mile leg. So I'd like to be pretty close to 5,200 right here. And then we'll slow up to approach speed by this point. Flaps, gear, the whole 9 yards. All right, again, approach speed 130. Set the bugs just to be safe. And 42 miles out of where I planned to start us down. All right, so there you have it, folks. Again, real quick, you're reading the missed approach straight away. Then we'll loop our way back probably to Basic. So we'll come around this way since we're not supposed to circle north. And that should do it, folks. All right, folks, as we continue on in the month of September. I'm going to go ahead and turn up the engine noise just a little. Now see Alice Springs is here, so we're going to be turning direct out to here and come in on our approach. All right, how are we doing? Okay, we're about 30 miles out. Altitude set. Okay, descent checks, minimum set, target, ref, set, auto brakes. Okay. Now we'll keep the wing lights off for now. All right, folks. So again, big thank you to all that came out to watch the stream today. Like I said, this is actually flight number 2. So we've actually took off, got into heading to our first fix when we had an engine fire, promptly returned it back unscheduled, but I was not planning any kind of failures today, folks. So that came out of the blue, and we landed back at Cairns. Technicians did their stuff, and then we got going again on flight number 2 here. So again, the link's up there to our YouTube channel, folks. Hey, if you are on YouTube and you're watching this, hit that subscribe button and hit that thumbs up to like it. Really helps me to know what we need to show. The reason for the engine fire, the technicians told me, is that pilot up there needs to learn to go into climb power after takeoff instead of staying toga. So get on the flight engineer for that. Oh. All right, folks. So we are now 20 miles out of, or I'm sorry, 10 miles out of top of descent. And when we go through 10,000 feet, we're looking to set to 1024. on the altimeter. 1024. Where's my pin? Oh, there it is. All right. Alice Springs is still not. Do I have it tuned in? You know, well, yeah, I do. Oh, we're 136 miles out. Oh, we're not on. I know where the issue is. Okay, we're not on Mount Isa anymore. Okay. All right, and again, you see how confusing that can get, folks? There's your DME, or I'm sorry, your distance measuring equipment, but for NAV2, NAV1 is over here. However, your HSI here is for NAV1. This HSI is for NAV2. Very confusing, but in this situation, it helps me so I can see what we have to the airfield. And I am going to start our top of descent. And down we're going to go. I'm going to set us up at 1,500 feet a minute, I think, to start with before pulling some power back. But right here's your needle. Now, one thing I wish, and it may not have been technology in 727s back then, the wheel that we have on Fearless where it has the numbers along the side, oh, people don't know how much that really helps. Here we got to kind of guesstimate. It also helps that it's up here too and all of that good fun stuff. But got to root power back. Go ahead and slow us up. Okay, there we go. Am I the only one afloat right now in Piedmont Virtual? Right, and we're about to get to Alice Springs, take 2. And give you an idea of the checklists, what they look like, folks. We're running this one. Is one of them we're using. The other one I don't publish. It's Piedmont. I find that to be more proprietary, so you got to join Piedmont for me to feel comfortable giving you that link. And at that point, that's what we need to do this. Okay. We're going to come down at 70, Mach 0.78. And let me give you that link real quick over to Piedmont. Again, folks, I can't stress this enough. Check them out. Understand the group you're getting involved with here. Great bunch of people. I'm not trying to scare you off that they're real mean ogres and all. Well, they may have one or two. But anyway, check them out before you join. You are going to be flying for an airline that is really particular, folks. In APU started before the gate. In taxiing without stopping, getting all your taxi stuff started again. They're very, very particular. So be mindful of that and go in informed and decide, is this for me or not? You land too hard, they might reject the entire flight, including the fact that you flew it. So wrong aircraft types, wrong tail numbers, wrong. They really are very particular in their mind to get it even more real than what the flight sim can do. That's how I take it. I enjoy that, folks. I love the challenge that they give me. I really came close to submitting the flight report, but I didn't want to wait for them to get to approving it. So, and hey, they have lives like we do too, folks. So you can't expect them to be right there, right now, all the time. I know some of you do, but you know what? It's just not going to happen. So check them out. Now, if you think that's something you'd like, and you really do need to know how to fly, folks, I do not recommend them for beginners, because they will discourage you beyond belief. So, but if you know what you're doing, you know how to handle these planes, they're worth checking out, along with their sister airline, Virtual American Airlines. So, and they also have Spirit as well. So, I know some of you won't, because Spirit has Airbuses. All right, so we are in the descent. We're at 23,000 feet. Let's go ahead, tell them to get in their seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. If you haven't noticed, we are in our descent right now. Would like you to head back to your seats and listen to the flight attendants as they come around to take care of you for one last time. Again, we'll be on the ground in about 10 minutes. Thank you for flying, and set. All right, we may need some speed bumps. Now I'm trying to keep her around 280 at the max in the descent to help me when we get down, to start slowing it under 250 and then into the approach. Okay, we can turn those off. All right, and we're coming down just under 2,000 feet a minute. Still got a good 70 miles to go, so I think we're doing pretty good on our descent here, folks. Keep an eyeball out on it. What's our minimum, just in case? Minimum, say 5,200 feet in all directions. All right. 4,300 within 10 miles if we have, so we got to get at least above 43. All right. Oh, there we go again. Speeding up. Let's put in a little speed brake. All right. Again, hope you all enjoyed. If you did, smash that follow button. Love to have you join the family here, folks. And see you on future flights. When we go live, you'll get an email letting you know, hey, Flying with Mike is live. All right, so we're through 18,000 feet. Let's get those inboard lights back on. Right, ignitions are on. Yes. Ooh, let's start closing up some valves back here. We're opening them up, my bad. $10,000, we'll get them turned. And this is just my way of doing it, folks. You guys that do this for real, I'd love to hear from you to know how those really work. I've heard a couple of things about them, folks. That one, they don't do a thing. And 2, I heard you got to do them in certain ways to make it work so you don't hypoxic your crew and passengers. I don't know which is true on the plane. We're 60 miles out. I am going to go ahead and start flattening us out a little. I know we got to get down to 52, but at 40, what are we at? 50 miles? We should be able to make that, but I'm going to keep my eyeball on it. Zoom in a little here, see a little bit of the topography around. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. I meant to do that. All right. Set the bug, see if it'll go below 250. Yay! All right, so we're going to start slowing. At 12,000 feet. All right, so we got to get below 250 at 10,000 feet. At the same time, we're going to be set 1024 in the altimeters. So I am actually going to set this one now. And you notice the little yellow light go off, that's because they don't match. Alright, now let's see what we're doing. We got 6,000 to lose and 40 miles, we're doing good. Alright, let's get the rest of the lights on. And flight attendants, prepare for landing. There's 250, and we are beginning to slow, folks. All right, again, love having Spaceman. You're betting. Oh, hang on a second. Let me check that out real quick while I got a couple seconds. Welcome in, Spaceman. Thanks for joining. I'm betting 1,700 and what is that? 1.7 million? I only do that with Pan Am. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? Welcome in, Spaceman. Glad to have you aboard. Hey, you missed it. Check it out on YouTube when I get it up there later tonight. We had another engine fire on takeoff. So you're looking at actually Flight 2 here. Alright, so there we are, 240, 50 miles from the airport, and 37 miles from Well, thank you, Spaceman. We appreciate the flowers. All right. Ooh, we need some speed brakes here. Starting to show some signs of rain. Just getting ground clutter. I think we're getting ground clutter. Okay. All right. Yeah, we need more speed brake. All right, folks, we are going to be flying 5,200 feet for about 20 miles, 30 miles or so, and then we'll begin our descent. Ooh, nice, the real one, cool. They gave rides here, good Lord, what was, Hawker would know, I think it was like 10 years ago here in that. That is awesome. You get to fly in that. All right, let's get some power in here as we level off. Okay, one big mistake I always make, so I'm sure others of you out there make the same. Always make sure when you're doing a descent, put it in altitude select. Otherwise, it's just going to keep going and going and going and going. I end up doing that so many times. Another younger to your list you've flown. So cool. All right. Let's try to hold 240. Then as we close in on EA, I'll start slowing us up so we can get ready to start putting flaps and gear out by the time we turn in on the approach. Curious if we'll get needles for the approach. Seeing everything talked about in the approach for LNAV VNAV. Folks, I'm glad you're aboard. Hope you all enjoy. If you're on that YouTube channel, smash that subscribe and like the, if you like it, hit like. If you're on Twitch, hey, smash the follow button. That way you can follow us on our next adventure. Don't know what that'll be yet, but you can follow us when we go live. You'll get a notification. Also, just gave you an invite to Discord. You can always find out where we're flying there once I have the schedule published, as well as down below at Twitch here. All right, we're getting a little fast here. All right, we're 19 miles out. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get this thing slowing down. Let's go down to 220. Here we go. All right, folks, I hope you all are ready, because we're going to do the best to put this planted on the runway there and finally get these people to where they need to go some 40-50 minutes late after that engine fire we had. Technicians did a fantastic job swapping out engines. one last look for those of you in training, and we'll get rid of it. That's our approach we're going to be flying, overlaid onto the actual NavGraph charts page. Got 10 miles to go, folks. You know, Spaceman, I'm going to just leave that comment, not even... All right, so here we go. Let's pull that away so you all get to watch. That's good. Glad the Cardinals came through for you on that. Okay, we're gonna crossing here, and I'm gonna start slowing to 180. Again, folks, remember there is no auto throttle with this plane. The only type of auto throttle, if you want to call it that, is it's going to control the pitch to maintain that speed. If you're in level flight, it isn't going to do that for you. So, and speaking of which, 720 will be our next number. All right, time to slow. Okay, 1 notch of flaps. All right, here we go. Base EA, going to base EI now. There's that little turn coming for 7 miles. Get flaps 5 in. All right. Our next turn will put us on the final localizer leg. Excuse me. Oh. In 4 miles. So hope y'all have a great weekend. Stay safe, and we look forward to seeing you all back here. Just getting ready to make this turn and look. Here we go. All right, here we go. Let's look for the runway. I got the runway in sight. Okay, let's go ahead and begin slowing. And you know what? Let's come off the autopilot. Hey folks, by the way, if you haven't noticed, we do have the needles. A lot of times we don't. So, on these RNAVs. So I'm glad to see that we do. Now I just have to get the plane down. Three green. Spoilers armed. Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Alright, let's line up better on this localizer. Okay, flaps 30 set. Coming up on glide slope. Alright, here we come, folks. And Hawker, if you pay attention off to the left-hand side, you'll see the X-plane version of a graveyard. Not great, but it's also going to not hurt your frame rates.
500. 400. Minimums.
Alice Spring Track Pick, ANZAC 483, short final 30. Stop.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
376 is not a hard landing. All right, folks, welcome into Alice Springs. Now we just need to get her to slow down a little bit more. All right, we'll get turned around here. All right. Sub. Spoilers down. There you have it, folks. Alice Springs, Australia, in the outback. Crocodile Dundee's back in there somewhere. Alright, we're looking for Taxiway Charlie. Taxiway Charlie, please. Charles. Alright, and there's our taxiway. Terminal parking right there. Alright, taxi lights off. Strobers off, wing lights off. A poo. Alright, where do I want to park? How about we just go straight ahead? I lied, I'm going to go down one. I think I like this one. Alright folks, welcome to Alice Springs. Let's get those pesky headlights off up front. Probe heaters off. Alright, let's get back here, turn on the EP here. Here. I gotta get her. Oh wait, no. Keep her on gen, sorry. 7. Close to gen. Alright, now we go. Okay, and galley power off. Alright, I think we are good for shutdown. Shut down. Engine 2. Engine. Engine 3. Alright, again, welcome to Alice Springs. The rotator is off. And we'll go ahead and get up here. And disarm. Alright, I hope you all enjoyed. It's been a fun flight. We're going to get on ground power here so we don't accidentally have to get paired again. Alright, and that's enough time. We'll go ahead. Get the DB Cooper plane unloading. All right, and they're connected. All right, there you go, folks. Aircraft is in, and shut down the APU. As you can see, we have pressure coming in to keep them cool as they get off the plane. All right, again, fun flight. Let's see how we did here. 102 feet a minute they got us on a bounce, so we'll see how that works. Pilot. Dashboard it. Uh-oh, still processing. Okay. Alright, so we'll close that out. Hope you all enjoyed. I think we got processed. Connected. Looks like we got 230 points. No bonuses. I'm not delivering an F-28. Better plane. No gigs to us. So we did good, folks. Landed, just so you know, in their world. Landing rate came in at 346 as well. Sometimes I wonder how that calculates in the realm of... second, folks. Went the wrong way on that. Delete. Alright, so let's go back in here and see how it looked on Sim Toolkit. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Just getting things. Get back to your workout. I thought that was a great workout. Watching this plane come in. You're working your butt off to bring a plane in, one pilot for 3. Hey, you have a good night there too, Spaceman. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the pep talk there, in a way. Alright, let's get this thing set back into motion. Alright, Sim Toolkit's our little animal we use to evaluate our landings. Okay, we can see, actually it recorded at 283. So in order to actually see our numbers, we go up here, finish the flight, if it's not already. There's our return flight back into Cairns. Here is our flight into here. Okay, so the actual flight into Alice Springs. Wait a minute. I think I clicked the wrong one. Okay, let's look at the one back into Cairns. Total flight time 6 minutes. 280. I want to see this one. Hang on. Really confused. That's Alice Springs. Alright, well you can see that's about where I thought we touched down. We were 13 feet off the center line. Just over almost 1,300 feet down the runway. Folks, this is your aiming point visual. You can see it clear as day as you come in, so that's where you aim. Each of these hash marks are 500 feet down the runway. So it gives you an idea of the landing zone, in theory, is there. In a 727, yeah, you're going to be hard-pressed to get stopped, but you will. But if you start seeing these at 100 plus knots, you better figure out how you're going to get stopped. Full reverse, something to that effect. Here you go, Hawker, to give you an idea. This is the real airport. See, it's a graveyard. Not big, but it's, you know, it's a desert, so what do you expect? And then again, we're parked right about here. All right, let me pull this away. Usually we don't have a lot of problems with flying and going into reviewing flights here. However, I will not say never has it. So here we go. Oh yeah, always remember, and if you don't, it does it for you. Disconnect from VATSIM. They really do not like it when you fly in reverse. All right, let's get some appropriate music in here, folks. Oh, let's see. Since Hawker's around, he likes this one. Whoop. This one. I guess that was a little abrupt. Not going to complain too much. Not many people would listen anyway, so. Looked like a pretty good landing from that vantage point. Let's take a look at it from the Hawker 125 cam. Slow-mo mode. Unfortunately, folks, I don't have wing views here, so we'll just have to kind of look at it from a couple of angles coming in. Nothing real tricky about this approach, folks. Again, just can't circle over here. And you can see 8,000 feet. All right. See how it looks from the top. there you have it, folks. ANZAC 483 has arrived in Alice Springs, Australia. Like I said, when you start seeing these folks and you're above 100 knots, you might want to shove your feet through the floorboards and hope you reach the ground and put your Flintstone brakes on. So, but anyway, folks, welcome into Alice Springs. Like I said, I don't know when the next stream will be. Probably Monday, making sure my schedule doesn't conflict. But we'll be back at it for sure. You never know when a surprise stream may pop up. Folks, if you liked what you saw, smash that follow button here on Twitch. Love to have you join the family and know when we're going to be live. If you're watching us on YouTube, subscribe and hit that thumbs up. We'd love to know you liked it. And we'd love you to join our family there as well. Here's a link to YouTube for you Twitchers that missed the engine fire takeoff. You can go back, watch this when it's published. Folks, it has been a blast flying this flight for about 4 hours, 45 minutes. Okay, under a little bit. And you're all going, oh, thank goodness. But folks, thank you so much. It is September. I have to say it, folks. If you subscribe at Tier 1, it's 25% off. Tier 2, 25% off. Tier 3, 30% off. Folks, it's a great deal. Support your streamers out there, and we really hope we're one of those you love as well. I'd love to have your support, so that way we can look into new aircraft. Thank you for flying with Mike. God bless you all. Have a great, safe, be careful out there weekend, so that we can see you all next time we fly. God bless you all. See you then. All right, we're going to send a little love out to Iron Condor Simulations. Hope you all enjoy. God bless you all. We'll see you next time.